And good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. All right. So what is the hardest shape to get out of? The trapezoid. Yeah. I think I have to check one more thing. Yeah, Firefox is still foobarred. Okay. How's everyone today? It's Friday. So we're going to get into doing some little tests. Stuff is still not working, and I'm adding a couple more tests to this just to make sure it works. Oh, you just woke up from a nap. Oh, that sounds lovely. Go38, good morning. What language does the client use within Godot? I am using Rust inside of Godot. We're actually using GD script, not GD script, GD native. Oh, Capitan, come back to us, Cap. Where'd you go? Oh, you got rebooted. Of course, there's nothing there. I don't remember this actually needing that before. So if it's going to do that, cargo update. Might as well just do the full thing. Let's make sure. Oh, how quickly we get off track, huh? But yeah, we're using GD native. It's GD native in crates.io, and it's Godot-Rust on GitHub. Huh. Wow, is that gonna take time? All right, I'm gonna let that go. Hopefully Captain will join us in a moment. In fact, Captain should have like some sort of announcement when they join. All right. Xenocron, morning. Good morning. How are you? All right. Decided I needed a test. This is in net. So legacy net here. Oh wait, language? This here is Rust. Yeah. He didn't ask anything actually. Yeah, I was trying to divine that Pro Theory 8. How do you stay warm in an empty room? You go stand in the corner. It's always 90 degrees. Gotta use that one on the kids. They would love it. All right. So in this case, I was trying to collect some information here. Can I actually collect that into that? No, it's an arc of U8s. Why can't I just collect this? Because array of U8s can't be known at compile time. Interesting. So what will you take this into if I say I just want this collected? Seriously, you're okay doing that, but if I give you that type, you're gonna... Yeah, RustConf was different. I was actually looking most forward to hearing Sean talk. I'm a fan of Diesel. I like Diesel. And having spent some time in the code base, I wanted to hear Sean's thoughts on Rust and you know, like a closing talk or what, I don't know. And I now know so much about Pokemon. Yeah. I mean, it's a nice talk about Pokemon. and, you know, Z80 assembly and basically how they did things because it was space optimized and yada yada. Hey man, Sean likes Pokemon. I get that. Alright, so why is it that we can do this with the underscore there, but if we do an arc of that, this is the same thing, isn't it? And it doesn't like it. It says, no, you can't do that. But if I remove that, is it the wrong kind of arc? Let's sync. That should be fine. If we remove that, just say delete it, figure it out. It's an arc of U8. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of this was very introductory. Very, very introductory stuff. Mismatch types, option. And result. There we go. Yeah, I think that kind of sums it up for me too. And then maybe another way of saying this is the online RustConf didn't feel like it had the same presenters that an in-person RustConf would have. I mean, one of the best things about conference for me are being able to find people that are more experienced and to kind of learn from them. And like I get that conferences always have like tracks for people coming into it. But I've been in it for a little bit and I'm past the milk and honey stage. We did the KubeConf earlier this week and it was very different. What would you say is the biggest difference? You'd expect a deep, intimate knowledge of how Kubernetes works. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I think if you look at any of the kind of like big conferences in the past, you'd have some keynote, right? And then you would have a bunch of different tracks, right? Where they would basically split people into their experience levels. Are you new to this? This is how this is great and why you should use it, or this is how you can grow in it. And I think just this whole thing it's gotten that that missing piece. 0, 3. This is working just fine. All right, so what's going on in this piece? I wrote a test. Yay, a test. So yeah, we are creating a net, adding some stream in its data, and then removing both of them. I was having an issue here. This is where we log in. So last night I did a little bit of debugging and found that, yeah, there was definitely a race condition, and if the test client isn't fast enough, it can't take data out of the net before it gets sent to the next to the next net. Because what'll happen is you'll have a pool of users in one net, and a user will log in. My watch needs to charge, and then they get sent to the next net. However, any data that's on the outgoing side of that is left in that net, or rather it's left to die in that net. So gotta fix that, and the solution I came up with was, well, we're removing the connection. Why don't we just remove their data as well? Just move the whole package. So that's what we're doing. So here we'll do a take. This TXRX now includes data inside of it, as well as the connection. Try to send them to the next. What's going on here? We do a client publish, so we're giving the client data. Then we take them out, and we send them to the channel connection, so the next kind of process in the game workflow. So you go from logging in and getting your response to your login to getting sent into character selection and character management. So now that transition includes data. That TXRX here will include the data that was pending being sent out. If we look at that, I think that's over here in 4. Yeah. When we take something out of the pusher, we create a vector, drain the receiver, and return both pieces, the writer and the data. I wanted to create a test for that, and that worked. Remove the stream and its data. Okay. So now we have that entire system set up. Cargo test, just to make sure. Oh, you've started playing with API and OAuth again. OAuth is a pain. And all the libs that do OAuth for you have like a ton of dependencies. It's outrageous. What would be required to have a TUI dashboard? Okay. Oh, that's Godot. All right. Yeah. Yeah. They expected to run a service instead of distribute something. And I guess the normal way was, or had been, I don't know if it still is, you would go to that OAuth credential generator and just copy paste something off of there to put into your app. Feels a little weird. All right. So now that all of that is there, let's give this a check. I think there's still going to be issues with login here. I don't think the transition's working quite right. Something else I'm missing about it. Oh, you can only use that for IRC. Oh, interesting. What are you trying to use it for? Oh, for the web stuff. You're trying to use it for web requests. We're doing header auth and stuff like that in the HTTP request. Gotcha. All right, so we're getting here, line 49. All right, we hit this one. Receive next value fails. Why? It says get actors. So we ask for our actors, and then we're awaiting them here. It does not look like the character system even received the packet. Last thing we have is from the auth system. Oh, and I did try the tracing tree. It shows less information. So I came back to using this view. In fact, it actually duplicated information and showed less. So I was surprised. It's probably my configuration of it, but I think it has to do with the way that I have the tracing set up. A little too square wavy in the morning. Sawtooth. All right. So if we're not even hitting that, let's go look and see why. So what's missing from here is in server lib. Here we have run auth, right? And run character. Whenever we run auth, we've got this awaiting auth loop, right? Let's toss some more logging in there for the other side. Here, we will await not auth, but the character loop. And this should have us receive from basically the incoming channel. And then at some point we should be able to see this happen, but I don't think this is. Oh, we don't have tracing on that. We did on auth? We didn't. But we do mention. We do say if we get data. All right. Yeah, it feels like they're not getting sent between the auth and the character selection. Awaiting auth loop, awaiting auth loop, awaiting auth loop. There's probably an awaiting character loop up there somewhere. There it is. Awaiting character loop. But yeah, nothing comes in after that. Why is that? Okay, going back to the character loop piece. So we hit this point here. We're inside of a loop. The only way to break is to come out of this here. Double checking that, looking to see if there's another return. Doesn't look like it. This is more of a warn, isn't it? Character loop is shutting down, something like that. I do not expect that we're actually hitting that. I'm guessing that we're just sitting here waiting. I don't remember if that's debuggable or not. No, it's not. You'll have some interesting weekend plans. I get to clean out a sink, maybe 2 sinks. What else? Should probably have written this stuff down. Awaiting auth loop. All right, here's character. Oh, adding character channel here. Adding character channel. It has 2 winners. Character as a winner. Really? And the winner is... I don't know which one this is. Is this... Yeah, well, it's stream 1. There's only 1 stream. Why does character have a winner before the person is even logged in? Oh, because we do that twice. They actually get removed from character, don't they? No, toilets unclog? It turned out it was kind of a false alarm. I think it was just kind of a slow flush, and she was concerned about it and told me about it yesterday. So, I don't know. It seemed fine. I did check that yesterday. So what is that test actually doing? Let's see, create account and log in. I think this goes through 2 flows. Stop it. Yeah, we create an account and then we drop the connection. So that's what's happening first. We do it once and then we come back and do it again. Second time, it's really just a login. So we log in, get transitioned to channel, which is why we were seeing that here. Got a winner, got a winner. Character has a winner. But we didn't do anything with that. Morning, Nicholas. So, we go back to here. I guess it's possible that this would it shouldn't be possible for this to return if it's empty. Process stream. Value error. Yeah, we should have... Incoming error, dropping the connection. Disconnected should have happened. So that'll happen for the first connection. For the second one, then when it comes in, something else is going... Oh, maybe... No. Maybe we have some stale state in like a stream multiplexer or something. Alright, awaiting auth loop, character as a winner, adding character channel, waiting character loop, so it's gone back around to loop again. Has another thing, waiting character loop. All right. And then we have character connection is disconnecting. That's fine. So we can see them going from login to this. And then once they get through login, they drop. They try to log in again. And after that, they don't actually make it into the character section again. Character connection is disconnecting. And that's it. There's, see anything else in the dispute to the right. Waiting auth loop. Yeah, we got some login stuff going on. No, it's just successful. And then we wait auth loop. So for whatever reason, that channel isn't producing something for us to hold on to. Whereas it's in server lib. Here, this character connections receive isn't happening. We should see character as a winner and then adding character channel. That's not there. Okay, this should be empty, so it shouldn't have any sort of contention. It should be free to choose the left side. So I could only guess that they didn't actually transition over here. Okay, let's look at auth. What was the other one? So before we looked at login. So the first time though, they go through create account. I wonder if this is screwed up somehow. So when we go through create account, create the callback, saying, hey, it worked or it didn't, right? Oh, this is if it fails. So you have an invalid username. Do the database lookup for creating an account, the database operation rather. And if that's fine, I'm going to take you out of here and try to send you to the next one. Okay, and this appears to be working. And take in net what do we have here for it? We have remove, we have take, we have add. No other options. It'll just be take, and this is what we just updated to include the data. And then we say character connections, take this. And this is working. We're sending it over, we're saying, hey, this is your new ID, you're using your account ID. All right. Auth login, on the other hand, come through here, do the database lookup, get the results. Now we are successfully sending back to the client this result. The channel change doesn't appear to be working. When it could be the account ID is wrong here. I mean, this should panic basically if the send fails. That should panic, or rather return the error up. Ah, what if this is wrong? How does this error get reported to us? Is this silent? So if we did have the wrong stream ID here, what's going to happen. I mean, it shouldn't have the wrong stream ID, but just in that case, if this login fails, that's going to bubble up to, or was it, auth process item. Here's login. So that gets returned out of here, doesn't it? Yeah, there's no semicolon here. Just bubbles up to auth process stream. Where is it? Here. In which case we would have done a debug. So do we see line 58 being debugged out? I'm not seeing it. So it must not be erroring out then. This is so strange. Why in the world is this not getting across that channel? All right. Go back to login. This should absolutely hit that channel. Where'd it go? I'm gonna set a marker here, marker A, capital A. So we're gonna try send on this. We're not hitting this error. This isn't bailing on us. Is this working? It must be, because we didn't get the error here. And, well, we should have seen a login successful. Let's check. Login successful. There's that. Okay, so we did make it past this. So now let's ask the is it plugged in questions. Is this the right channel? I mean, maybe it's not, right? We know that the one for account creation worked. Let's see, auth create account. Character creation. Sorry, character connections. That looks like it's the same exact thing. All right, now what are we actually sending to it? Let's extract this out to, oh, you know what, we can do one better. Just debug that. Oh, it doesn't implement debug. Hey, good morning. Why am I using Rust? Kind of for like a lot of the big ticket items on the website. Right. It's got everything that I want in performance. Reliability, I like that you can't null pointer errors, etc. Yeah, why not? I really like that the tooling, the error messages are fantastic when something doesn't work. And often, when it does compile, it just works. So unless there's some other sort of error, usually my fault, it's straightforward. Good morning, Togglebit. How are ya? But yeah, I think it's trying to solve a number of the problems that I've had in the past in my career. And it solves those up front, and I don't have to pay for them later. I'm doing quite well, Togglebit. We are debugging. So for whatever reason, that's not actually bubbling all the way through. All right, we're going to add debug to this TXRX bit. Oh, ST doesn't implement debug. W doesn't implement debug. Yeah, it was too short. All right, so now we're going to see what's getting sent to this other connection. Create account and login. Of course. Because we didn't have debug on that. Those constraints all the way up. Do I care enough to check that? No, not really. All right, I'm pretty sure that it's actually going in there, but not coming out the other end. So this character connections here. What are you going to do with your... You're going to miss them. I don't have any emotes unlocked. I like all of them. Can I show my game? No, I can't at the moment. Sorry. Good morning, Krasnik. How's it going? This is how we roll. You didn't see the... you didn't actually look at the roadmap where you can actually redeem points from this for like in-game stuff. Come on. I've mentioned this before, of course. And the TMUX scheme is... oh, it's night. Well, have a good evening, yes. This is Challenger Deep. Let's see, is Captain up? It is. Capitan is back up and running. You're not listening. Let them all have points. All right. So I am a little concerned about the setup here. So if we go back to server lib, this should have something happen. This here, this receive, this await. Something should be coming out of character connections here. It's a receiver. I believe that's the same one that we saw before. Because if we close that from the other side, it should shut down. Try that. And it would force it to go through this branch here, and we would see this. Probably do something pretty bad to the server, but that's a way of testing to see if that's the right one. Character connections. See, that's actually passed into run character. Let's just sanity check. Is it plugged in? Character con RX. Alright, it's an unbounded channel. It's fine. Because wouldn't that be embarrassing if it was like the wrong one? No, it'd just be software development. Plugging the wrong things into the wrong spots. Alright, so we have TX and RX. TX goes into that side, over with auth, run auth. And the game master is supposed to be getting the, run character is getting the other half. So if those are part of the same channel, and it looks like they are, we should be able to just go into login, and when we go to login, we can shut that down. Self.character connections. Huh. I thought there was a close on these. All right, so this should shut it down. We should see the other side do something. I wonder if there's some other sort of like infinite blocking going on. Is there like some loop or some block? Forgot to do something with the weight. All right. Auth process stream. And the winner is Bob Ross. All right. Auth incoming message. Auth again. Closing that doesn't do a thing. Is character even doing anything at that point? Where's character? Server lib, run character. It's supposed to be sitting here at this race. With no preference. Each time race is pulled, the two winner futures are pulled in random order. Therefore, no future takes precedence over the other. All right, that seems fine. Receive seems like it's the right thing to use here. Doing exactly the same thing up above. I mean, it's broken out. Could that be an issue? That seems odd. I could not imagine that actually being an issue. All right. That seems like a silly thing to test. Let's do it. Yep. Same thing. All right. And just to double check, comes back around, and it sits in a waiting character loop. Character is the winner. Character has a winner. Character connection is disconnecting. Okay. And we expect that because they're dropping connection. Oh. Do we not go back into... Where's the waiting character loop after that? That doesn't continue. That might be our problem. Say, we didn't see this. We got into processing stream. We saw this. Now this function doesn't have any returns, but why would it just stop there? Oh, is it? It's waiting here. Oh. This is where it's sitting. Yes. Suggest a website to learn touch typing. I don't know. I'm sure you could Google it real quick and find one. I mean, if I'm going to suggest one, it's going to be for my touch typing, and I use Dvorak, so... Then I don't know what country you're from, what keyboard you have, because there might be all sorts of factors in there that would affect it. Give me 1 moment, please. 1 minute. All right. Silly things. So, at this point, looks like we're just waiting forever. This take here is actually going to sit and wait forever because the other side isn't actually receiving the data. Or at least that's how I read this. Or it's gone or something. Okay, so we have an issue here. Is the problem here because it doesn't exist anymore? It must be. Is that another test? Take dropped. Just gonna copy that. I'll send there because we're gonna need a connection. We're gonna need an executor. Need that added. I don't really care if it has data. However, at this point, we need it to drop. How can we do that? We can't really do that with a Unix stream, can we? And maybe we could close it. So the client side is our side, and what we give to the server here is basically their streams. So we end up injecting this into the server. Now, if we look at Unix stream, does it have a close? Connect, it has a shutdown. All right. It kind of sucks that these tests are Unix only. But I think we're going to need to clone this one more time. Server for shutdown. So we're going to shut down the side that we're actually giving to the server so that it closes out. Oh. All right. Server shutdown dot shutdown. Ah, that's right. This arc doesn't do that. Hissing tube. Oh, do I not have that in my local docs? Documentation. Structs. Arc. Where is it? We should be able to deref. Oh, how? It wants to know how as well. All right. Well, I need to go on my morning break. So I'll be doing that. It'll take about 15 minutes. Every day I have a morning break with my wife. So I'm going to do that. Let's synchronize our watches. And before we get too far, though, did you hear about the statistician who drowned crossing a river? It was 3 feet deep on average. But all right, let's save that one. Actually, my watch is charging. I need to get that. Okay. Almost there. All right. And away we go. See you soon. All right, look at that. Came back before time was up. Kind of. In one of my windows, anyways. I think I've got a delay. I still see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Why should the number 288 never be mentioned? Because it's too gross. Oh, that's a joke. All right. Okay. So we were looking at this, trying to simulate the shutdown here. Oh, and we forgot to take a look. Which is the one that I used? I used this one when I was learning to practice Dvorak. So yeah, ABH, AB Hinav? I don't know, 3967, that's the one I ended up using. It works out pretty well. Is it worth it in my opinion? Oh goodness, that's a. I guess it depends. Like, what's your goal with Dvorak? I did it because I was having numbness in my hands. Right, so I actually switched my keyboard and my typing at the same time. I went to one of those Kinesis Well keyboards, those Ultra Ergo things, and Dvorak at the same time, and that ended up working out really well. I don't have issues with my hands anymore. It's fun. Yeah, I've got the Kinesis Advantage Pro. Kind of like, I think it's the first gen one. The one that you see on their website now is different. I mean, they look the same, but I think it's slightly different. I got the silver one. I lost a little tool to remove the keys. Yeah, I pulled a bunch of keys off the other day and actually cleaned it out. Full travel, linear feel, quiet. Some noise or quiet, yeah. I don't even know which ones I have. I'm not quiet. Yeah, mine's not quiet. Then I smash them, right? It's like da. Actually, where the people at work they commented on the laptop I turned in last because I had worn the paint off of the I had worn through the black key surface on the Mac laptop key. How does it feel to use an ergonomic keyboard? It feels all right. I mean, it's you know, it was different at first because you know you're not reaching as far on something like this. I like it. All right, so in this case, we have to get the inner thing here. How do we get the inner piece there? Where's arc again? Arc. Borrow mutable. So yeah, I thought that deref would do this for me, because I thought it would deref through there. Was it double arced? Oh, that's weird. That should be an arc clone. You bring your keyboard to work? Yeah, the first time I saw this keyboard, a guy at work was using one, and he would put it in his backpack and take it home every single day. It was part of his commute. It was part of his backpack kit. It was crazy because you'd see him with his keyboard sticking out the back of his backpack. All right, now we have dupe async. Okay, now on the async, I think we can do something. Async IO. Documentation. Where's our into inner? No, I just want to get a ref, get mute. There we go. That. Come on, do it. Cannot borrow data and do reference as mutable. Come on. That's because it's not. It doesn't have a mutex. Let's see, do I want standard sync mutex? No, I want the other one. We want... Oh. Here. Okay, let's just put this out there. Yeah. That's going to tell us that it's not used, etc., etc. Shut down. Which result isn't being used? Is it the result on shutdown? Yeah, it must be. Okay. So we'll get the lock, we'll tell it to shut down. Hopefully at that point, it actually closes the connection, causes... What was it going to cause? It should cause the reader to eject this, saying, hey, this is closed. Then when we try to take it, it shouldn't be there. Create a stream and add it to the net. Shut the stream down, causing it to be dropped. Okay. Now at this point here, yeah, full size, exact same style keyboard that I have here. He just didn't want to bother with other keyboards, and he didn't want to spend $700 on, for two keyboards. So, small price to pay, but yeah. Then he rode his bike. So you'd see him riding his bike around with his backpack and the keyboard sticking out. Brooke, good morning. And good morning, everyone. We're actually working on unit tests at the moment because there's something that's going wrong. Basically, when we try to do this in the server code, it fails to return. It just awaits forever. So technically, that should be the end of our test. We should be able to get something back there, even if it's an error. So we're going to try to run this test. But I hate to think that keyboard could pop right out on its way home. Oh, I think that it got buried so deep, like you'd only see, 2 to 3 inches popping out of his backpack. But yeah, I mean, it basically tagged him as like as somebody that used a keyboard. So, maybe there was something else valuable in there. Maybe he had, other electronics. I know he didn't ride through like the best part of town too. All right, so we're gonna run this take dropped. Cargo test. Take dropped. We'll fix that up in a moment. Running one test. Nothing. See, that's the problem. We should be able to get to this point here. Let's see if we hit that. Oh, we don't hit that. Really? I want to run it one more time. No, it's just gonna wait there. All right, where did we hit? Oh shoot, you know what I forgot? I forgot the no capture. There we go. Okay, so we are getting down to 167. So we did get to this point. So what's going on in here? We do have remove. But I want take. Take is different than remove. Remove is kind of a soft shutdown thing. Take is immediately drop the connection. Keyboard in the bag, probably take a trip to some dump. Yeah, it's interesting with all the COVID stuff, all the remote work stuff is probably going to change. I'm interested in the long-term effects on this. I mean, it'll probably trickle out to housing prices changing in different areas and basically just kind of remote work tech actually changing as well. I think it'd be neat to see some sort of plugin for Vim or NeoVim where you can have a basically a lighter weight code share, like a pair programming instance. I think that would be really neat. Morning, JT. There are things you can't do well when most people work remotely. Communication and collaboration. Yeah, you definitely have to try. Our group that we have was I don't know, 30% remote before. So we were already in a situation of having everything distributed. It was very very simple for us to transition. So it's just like, okay, now everybody go. Everything was already set up. Yeah, Zoom, etc. Like, the one thing I don't like about using Zoom for that is that it's actually taking up way too much bandwidth, right? Forcing you into a call the whole day. Wow. Setup time, yep. You have your team use VS Live Code. It works pretty well for you. Oh, that's cool. Stand-up time. Yeah. That can be a factor too. Well, I think there's just room for, hey, Bear Dude, thanks for the cheer. I think there's still room for improvement with a lot of these tools. Like, it feels like there should be some other sort of protocol in an editor for some sort of view, I guess. Like, it feels like there should be some sort of editor core, and then you could have editors connecting to it, like some sort of central editor piece, and then I could connect to it with NeoVim and all of the things I love about NeoVim, and then somebody else could connect to it with VS Studio and get everything that they like out of that. But you want your desk back? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I did that for a long time. I did a 3-hour commute for many years. Hour and a half going in, hour and a half coming home. And I would rather spend that 3 hours watching my little girl grow up. Because I miss that with some of the older kids. So I'm willing to take on some of the communication challenges. I just, you know, I don't want to miss out on arguably things I care more about. One thing I do miss from my commute was Audible. I do miss that. Oh man, I went through all of the works of Dean Koontz, nearly everything from Stephen King. I went through a lot of, oh goodness, who was that? Tale of Two Cities. No, not this one. Not Dickens. Tombs of All Tolls. Ernest Hemingway. I started going through a lot of the Ernest Hemingway stuff, and they told me to stop at work. They're like, "You are too depressed. Whatever you're listening to, whatever your mood has just gone downhill. You need to stop and switch to something else." So I had to stop listening to the Ernest Hemingway series. It was depressing. I mean, I like his style, but it's true. It was super depressing. All right, so back to this. Why is this not working? So we've been able to reproduce this thing that we were seeing in the server code here in a test. This net.take isn't working. Where is it getting to? I'm guessing it's the ejection portion. So I'm expecting that one of these is failing. I'm feeling a little lazy. I'm just gonna let the compiler tell me where it's happening. It's gonna be one of those. I could reason through it, but I just don't feel it at the moment. Okay, so we get to 90 here. Rx.take. Rx, this is stream multiplexer. I think I would rather have not a take at this point, but a forget it. But why? Okay, so take and multiplexer. Let's go look at take and multiplexer. Oops. Let's close that because we're going to need to open that. Here's multiplexer. Removes the stream from the multiplexer. We must be getting to this point here. I'm surprised that after it closed, it didn't actually remove itself from the stream. Maybe that's the problem here. Control streams, because this should fail. We should be getting an unknown stream back from this. Now you listen to /watch Twitch. Yeah, I actually noticed a big uptake. What was it, a month and a half, 2 months ago? I think it was after the second wave of like forcing everybody to work from home. I don't know what it was. There was just a big influx of people on Twitch. I think it was across the board. Like if you look at here, Twitch stats here. I don't know, just pick one. Right? I mean, look at this. What was this? February? And then in April it jumped up. But if you look at science and tech, I think their uptake was a little bit different. Science and technology on the right there. Oh, maybe. Maybe it was the same. It was March. Yeah. But I saw something more recent. I think it was over in this area here. Oh, let's go look at my stats. I know this isn't all that super interesting. But, you know, speaking about influx of people, it's kind of around here, July. And I think I saw this in other streamers' stats as well, that the average viewers actually went up July. It is what it is. April? Oh, for me, it kind of spiked, yeah, after April. So, school's closing? Oh, could be. Could be. So this remove should actually be feeling. So we come back up here. Where is this? This is source lib. We're in stream multiplexer. So where's our channel? Here in add stream, we go through. We have stream roller. Stream roller should end up returning, saying, hey, this thing is closed. Oh, too far. So in here, oh, I see. Yeah, in this case, we're not actually removing it from the collection. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm glad we're going through this. How do I get Firefox looking so good? Oh, it's a lot of pain, a lot of trials. Actually, it's just a theme. So we're using this here, whatever this thing is. It's going to flash to white if I hit this configuration thing. But I forget what this plugin is called. stylus, S-T-Y-L-U-S. And then there are different CSS styles that you can apply to different websites to override their styles. And I think it works better for the stream. A lot of people like kind of the darker stream. Actually work this way. I don't actually change it. I just leave it this way. And then Firefox itself has a theme, which was what? I don't remember. Let's see, preferences, fonts and colors, yada yada. Huh. I don't know where that is. Oh, extensions and themes here. Oh, there we go. Disable everything. Oh, themes here. There we go. FFX developer IU Dark. Yeah, I found IU for Firefox. Morning, 715209. How you doing? Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, doing all right. Doing well. All right. So, in here, this should actually be taking it out of the stream. Streamroller is not doing it itself, is it? I don't think it has the information to do it. No, it doesn't. Okay, so when it gets taken out, in this case, when we're taking it out, we'll send this to eject. That's fine. But in the case where we can't take it out, we actually need to remove it from that system. So how do we do that? Is it more of a self thing? All right, let's go look at the definition here of multiplexer. I think we have to take it out of stream controls. Because it's going to be coming out of the receiver. Stream of items, RX and TX. Yeah, I think we just need to take it out of the stream controls here. What else are we doing with stream controls? I want to make sure that we end up cleaning it up properly. So in this case, remove or else. We just call wake on it. And that's for remove. Same thing here. What is stream controls? So this is add stream. And what did we have? I'm starting to forget this stuff. Oh, I see. This is a sender and receiver for stream items. Got it. Got it. Yeah, so we don't have to do anything with that. Ejection, we don't have to do anything with, just stream controls. We'll remove it from that. And that's a hash map. We're going to have ownership issues with that. So where were we? In add stream, here, because we're inside of the spawned task, we're not going to be able to reference self.channels. So we could either have an arc of it or somehow notify it in a different way. Yeah, we're gonna just wrap it in an arc. Oh, the documentation. Get out of the way, docs. Now we could either do this in a blocking way or a non-blocking way. So do we use an async mutex or something else? Now here we don't want remove to be async. Okay. Take. Do we want to block everything? The mutex. It shouldn't be a long block, if anything. An add stream would also lock. It's kind of a good reason for those concurrent hash maps, which I do dearly miss. Java has great concurrent stuff like that, like their concurrent hash maps, concurrent sets. I'll say even that Erlang's kind of a concurrent set in, was it Amnesia or no? It's just that's right. It's ETS set got updated in the latest release. Oh yes, Java has horrible locking mechanisms. Absolutely. I mean, it's just, that's one of the reasons that I like Rust, is because of my experience in Java and doing actually a server MMO in Java. Okay, so this remove here. Quite frankly, I don't want to add a lock to there. Is there another way for that? We could delay it. We could put it in something else saying, hey, this needs to go away. And resolve it elsewhere. Or we just deal with it. Let's deal with it and see if there's contention later. I don't really have a good sense of how much contention there's going to be. I think it's going to be very light. Because this thing, it's not going to be shared anymore. Multiplexer is not shared. Basically, there's just going to be one in it. It could use singularly. So I don't think there's going to be any contention on this. The only possible contention is if something was dropping itself out, which is what we're using this for. Which means that basically we have this overhead of trying to get this lock every single time we read. For the singular case of that other thing dropping out. So maybe we have some other list, or we basically take the stream controls into some other style of object that we could say, like send it a message, and say, hey, this needs to go away. Because we don't need the awaker anymore. I guess the other thing we could do is just nullify the awaker, couldn't we? If there was some way to say this thing's done, but we don't want to leave stuff in the hash map either. Don't want to pollute that. What other mechanism could we use? A read-write lock. That. Could use something like that from parking lot. All right, let's just make it work. We'll add a little love note to ourselves on this. We're going to use standard sync arc and mutex. Okay. Stream controls, default, that's fine because all of those have default. Here we need to get the lock, unwrap the lock. That's for adding the stream. And then at this point we can actually get a clone of it. Which means that inside of here we could remove ourselves. So it's not a take, but we need to remove. Okay, that'll take a borrowed stream ID. This remove here returns an option, and I don't think I need to know if it's in there or not. Oh, you don't give up, do you? Yeah, the timeout was. I'm gonna go ahead and ban you if you don't think this is right. Just PM me. Thank you. Bye bye. All right, that's there. That's on stream multiplexer. The classic. Unknown ID. Perfect. Okay. So now when we try to take that out of there, we're getting the unknown ID. Oh, which one was it? That was on Live 170. Perfect. So we're getting that out of there. Not going to unwrap it. We will assert that res dot is error. Let's do matches. That's an error, and the error is unknown ID. Perfect. Clean those up. Let's take a peek. What did we change? We wrapped that in an arc mutex, ended up locking and wrapping it. Okay, I want to toss a fix me on that. There we go. Drop streams remove themselves from something. From whatever. Remove themselves. Just want to give this a quick check. Okay, that's up to date. This is up to date. Okay. Okay. Now the server shouldn't be waiting on that anymore. Unit test for the win. Integration tests also. Oh, look at that. It failed beautifully. Okay, so now it actually completes. It doesn't just hang forever, which is awesome. Does that do something else? All right. So now, why is it actually failing? Oh, panicked. Here we go. Oh, Streamroller. Really, Streamroller in multiplexer line 33. Stream of items. This is our own TXRX bit. This stream of items here for Streamroller, that means that the other end shut down. Sorry, AutoMod actually modded Pretzel Rocks. Okay, so if this sender stream of items is, this is a stream of outgoing items, why would that close down? So the stream of outgoing items actually shuts down when, well, we do tell the other, oh, that's how we signal. This is a stream multiplexer, isn't it? I'm surprised that this here got hit. Because this gets called here, where we get the race. Is this inside of a loop? Doesn't look like it. I think it's just supposed to go forever. Yeah, this is just supposed to go forever. So for whatever reason, the stream of items was closed already. Send error. Yeah. Oh, character loop is shutting down. Of course. We told it to. Oh, silly me. Yeah, we called shutdown or close on it in the auth. That's right. We told it, fix me, remove this later. Okay. All right, let's try that again. Now with less shutting the server down in bad ways. Channel should be open. All right, that's a different one. Good. Character, select actor. Nice. Just checking something real quick. All right. So, legacy, character, select actor on line 54. Game Master connections. Oh, sure. The other end of that actually dropped, which means that, well, that's actually really good. That's really good. That means that we're actually failing for a good reason there. Because Game Master, that isn't wired up yet, which means we've come down to the end as far as we... Let's see. Oh, too many words. Server lib. Let's come back here. Game Master. We're going to wire up Game Master again. That means up here, this piece needs to get set up. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay, but everything has changed since Game Master was wired in. So, yeah, all this stuff is gone. So if you look, now we just take some TXRX and whatnot. So we're going to take the Game Master connection RX side, which is what we want here. Spiner, that actually we don't need to clone Spiner, do we? Same with Metric Center, because nobody else is using it past Game Master. Spiner metrics. No more connection state store. That's implicit in the net. Stream receiver. Is that the right type? I don't think that's the right type, because it's going to look more like this. Well, Game Master connections. Technically with the receiver side here. I'm going to take that, toss that down here. That's a receiver. Good. That doesn't look correct anymore. I'm going to copy that from here. Okay. Oh dear. Got a lot to do here. Small, not using small anymore. But why is that module not there? Server lib, that's a file we were in. Is it commented out? Oh dear. Here comes the errors. Let's give that a check. Only 25 previous errors. Nice. Alright, where's the first one? Game Master Actor Info. Connection state. Yeah, connection state's gone. We gotta work at this from the top down, I think. Okay, server lib, it's not even compiling this anymore because the things that it's dependent on are failing. All right. I'm gonna do a little split here. How did we do this before? We just did a task spawn in here, created the character inside of that. We're just gonna mimic that here. Async move, yada yada. Okay. Now that async, yeah. It's actually more like that. Okay. And we new character. And in this case, it's going to be a new game master. Now for game master, the constructor is actually wrong here. Game master needs to know outgoing packets. No, you don't get that anymore. You get to create your own net. Net. Yeah, that's going to be exciting for you, Game Master. Alright, so that's going to bubble up. Oh, yes, you have an ECS, that's right. And the ECS is going to need to know about some of your stuff. Alright, that's going to propagate. Build struct fields. Let's do a 1 on there. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. All right, so in this case, let's go to self. Which plugins do I use? I'm using, well, this is NeoVim. This is also using COC and COC Rust Analyzer, plus a handful of other things from the dot files. Uh-oh. Hold on a sec, I accidentally closed... I closed Chrome, I think. Yeah, I hit Control W, that's what it was. I thought I was in the other browser. Sorry, the other window. I went back to my Vim fingers. Chrome went away. All right, it's loading up again. All right, here we go. No more outgoing packets. We now have a net. Net is a not a net. There we go. It's going to need to know where that is. Legacy net. Yeah, sure. We'll import that. Ooh, a delay queue. Is that from Tokyo? Oh, that's our... It's wrapping Tokyo time and stuff like that. Yeah, this is a delay queue from Tokyo. Interesting. Well, that's unfortunate because I'm not using Tokyo here anymore. And not in that space. All right, we got actor info, delay queue, yep, error. Let's pick off some easy ones. Let's look at error. Yep, connection state error is gone. Stream multiplexer outgoing packet, yep. Which means outgoing send error goes away. Connection state error is gone. Those might come back in a different form for different errors though. Is Game Master using Tokyo? Oh, it is. That's not going to anymore though. Okay. That's going to result in even more errors. All right. Yeah, this stuff. All right. There we go. All right, so that's gone. What about this delay queue thing? Gonna need a new delay queue. Oh, we might just make one. So Tokyo had been building this out with a slab and a wheel. All right. So one thing that this does, let's go back here. What is this delay queue actually being used for? Now, this is being used as a queue for link dead timeouts. So if somebody goes link dead, we want to be alerted in X amount of time that they should be removed from the game. Okay. Typically in a game server, this is used for a situation where somebody either goes link dead on accident, right? Something gets kicked out of the wall, right? Network connection, poof, gone. And they run over and plug it back into the wall. Whatever it is, that's kind of like the nice use case. The kind of manipulative use case is they get into some sort of battle, right? That they realize that they can't win. So like, oh, you know what? I'll just quit out of this and then I'll go back to my spawn point. Well, the game server will actually leave you in game if you're in some sort of aggro state. So you don't actually go link dead, you just become a punching bag. So the purpose of this delay queue is to provide elements to be ready at a certain time. It should also let you remove things and insert things into it. So you can insert something that will come out of the queue at a specific time, let's say a minute when your time is actually up. And if you reconnect within that period of time, you should be allowed to be removed. So in this case, we do have a stream. Delay queue does implement stream, and we do have this pull next and whatnot. We got some really basic tests down here. And we could implement this in some other way. Now, a delay queue is actually really nice to have. We could create this probably with just some simple timers, some alerts. I mean, the way that Tokyo is doing it is super efficient. I mean, it's using like what is it, wheel of time thing. If we look at it, their timers are really, really fast. Okay. Come on, where's the talk about it? Tokyo time. So how are we going to build this? I would like the API to stay the same, where you can say, I want this value back at that time. Okay. Or I want to remove that thing. Let's say we could create just some spawned tasks that emit themselves at a certain time. So maybe some sort of channel, or and quite frankly, everything that we insert is going to be in order. We could change this such that when you create a delay queue, you give the delay. Say, oh, everything that's going into this queue will be done in 60 seconds, right? So it's basically move this duration up to the top. And if that's the case, then basically then it's a proper queue, right? Things always go on to the end. Things always come off the front. You just need to wait for the time. That's possible, and that would simplify this. Then we would have a simpler delayed queue. Let's say, what is our delay then? That would be a duration. That would be over here. Now we need a queue. Now, if we did have a queue and we can see that somebody was supposed to be woken up at a specific time, how do we do that? How do we wake at a time? So I'm thinking we're going to drop this pull next piece. We'll just provide some other function called like next or whatnot on here, or receive. Take immutable self. This will be the next T. And something inside of here will await. Right. We'll take the first thing off of the queue. See when it's supposed to actually be done, which means that we could use that. There was a async IO had time in it, didn't it? As a timer. Expires after the given duration of time. So that would return a timer. If we just toss that in the queue with, let's say, maybe inside of a tuple, that could work. Then when it gets to the head of the queue, we just await on that. If it's already ready, then we return the T. That would be simple. I like simple. We would also need a way to remove people from the queue. So we could use something like this. Just look at the front, get a reference to it. Oh wait, that might work. Then we just keep pushing stuff onto the back, pop stuff off the front when it's done. I think the only issue we could end up having then is how this thing would be shared. Because what if something's at the front of the queue and you're waiting for them? Or let's say the queue only has one thing in it, right? You're waiting for the first element to actually, for its time to come up. But then you also remove it. What do you do? I guess you could just have the T in an option, and then when that thing's up anyways, it's just gonna go on to the next one. That'd be simple, because they're going to be in order. But then you'd have this weird sort of ownership problem of having a immutable self. I got too much coffee today. All right. Because if we change this out for a it's going to want to know what type it is, etc. Is that in standard collections? Standard collections spec deck? Okay. Oh, there we go. Save that. It's going to want some sort of type here that we put inside of it. If we did an option to a T, followed by a timeout, something. This is going to be just a future. Okay. I guess technically that's standard futures future, isn't it? We didn't actually need futures light there. Ah, that's right. Is it going to be boxed or not? All right, let's just give it a better type then. This is going to be time or timer, whatever it's called, from async.io. Wait, what was that? Shuts down the right side of a socket. Shut down right? Huh. So we either store that or we store some other point in time. Actually, why don't we do that? Because if we just store when they came in, then we should be able to see that the duration from when it's being checked to then is at least 60 seconds, or whatever the duration needs to be. Now in this case, we were storing some sort of key. We don't need to do that anymore. Should just be able to see, does this thing still have your T in it? Or reference to T. I think we were keeping some sort of stream ID inside of here. So ideally this is some sort of identifier. Yeah, it's got hash equal copy send, etc. We don't need that anymore. Technically it doesn't need that there. I don't think we need that on there, because we're going to be inserting it into the queue. No longer has a duration. Call instant on now in there. We want to insert that. Now, I think this is the first time I'm actually using VecDeck. Pushback. Sends an element to the back of the VecDeck. Okay. There's no possibility of returning it. It's just going to put it on there regardless. Okay. That means that if they're already in there, they'll be in there twice. That's not good. So first we could scan this and see if they're in there and then add them. That's a little messy. What else could we do? Well, we could just do that. The other thing we could do is have some sort of set. A set and a list. Yeah. All right. Pushback, that gets in there. We no longer have a key. That just does a pushback. Yeah, there's no return there. That goes away. So what is that? Okay. And now if somebody was to log back in, we need to remove them. So in this case, We're given that. And we should probably return some sort of Boolean in this case instead. Can you remove? Can. An index. All right, so we can use the iterator to find a position and then remove it. Or we just do a scan and remove it from the option. All right, let's do intermute on that. Self.q, Q-U-E-U-E. But we're not going to be able to return the removed item. Oh, interesting. Make contiguous. Oh, that's experimental. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. We want an intermute. And we want to know. So once we get the intermute, where is it? Here. It returns intermute. We can iterate over this, right? Where's iterator? I want to see the functions on iterator. There we go. Does if any of the elements of the iterator matches. This predicate takes a closure which returns true or false. It applies the closure to each element, and if any of them return true, and so does any. Short circuits. We'll stop processing as soon as one is found. So we'll do that. Or item. So in this case, if 0 in there is the same thing, then we will take it. I think this is basically what I want to do. We're going to leave the timer, we're going to leave the rest of it in there. and we'll deal with the rest in the receive. So if it's a none, we'll just skip and go on to the next one. Okay, get rid of the stream, get rid of the future. Now, at this point, we will await until we can actually return something. Self-tech queue. We want to look at the first element in the queue here. All right. Returns none if it's empty. Oh, interesting. How do we actually wait until it adds something? That's more of an async queue, isn't it? It's kind of a channel. Hmm. Work in progress. All right. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in 5. Oh, let me fix that up. Oops, dropping stuff. Okay. I see why they used a slab before. And kind of why you'd have to basically implement a feature for this. Because we need some sort of waker to signal when something got added. But that's assuming that you can actually do two things at once. And if this isn't shared, you're either going to be inserting or receiving. Right, so how is this being used before? Linked at timeouts. Oh, I see. Yeah, we do use a lock here. Then we just await the next one, which also means that if we're locking here and doing the await, then you can't add to it. That doesn't work very well. Huh. All right. I think this is an error here. This lock, try next await, because this whole thing is just going to be locked at that point. Locked in a way, so it depends on which sort of lock I use there. It's a Tokyo mutex, so it's not quite the same lock. But yeah, it's Crateless. At that point, there was a Tokyo one. Sarcastic Dante, good morning. So yeah, that lock is not the one I would expect to see there. I think I would rather see... I'd rather see that joined with something else, like at the end of like the tick. Just check, do we have anything that we need to clean up? Which is probably in here somewhere. Yeah, this is do the tick. So this is just going to be the big loop. And then at the end, you know, check to see if we can do a link dead. I don't know why I did it this way here, because I don't think this actually works. All right, so going back to this, how do we want this to work? Something goes in, receive. I think this will return a sum or a none. An option to T. Then we'll just check on each loop to see if there's something available. Yeah, I'm gonna do it that way. We're not gonna wait. Okay, coming back here, we can take a peek at the front. And then depending on what it is, we'll do something. All right, let's give that a match. That'll be a tuple. So if that's a none here, because let's say it got removed for some reason, and then it'll also be an instant. And we'll have to check to see if that instant is actually 60 seconds in the past. Added at, inserted at, same difference. Oh, but in this case it doesn't matter. So in the sum case, we do want to know what it is. In the none case, well, quite frankly, we don't care when it is, because we're going to eject that one from the list. In the sum case, we have to do the comparison. Oh, and this is going to be an option to that. Oh, funny. So if we have a sum, one of those, and then we could also have a none, which would result in a none getting passed out. And you know what, this could be a while at sum, couldn't it? Oh, that would be much nicer. Okay, now it'll be at the tuple. So if we make it all the way out there, we return a none. At this point here, we're going to keep popping as long as the stored element hasn't been removed. And at this point, we'll check the first one, see if the time is ready, return it if it is. You're also thinking about using the delay queue. Actually, we just ripped it out. But thank you. Yeah, it's a good idea. In fact, I think it's a fine implementation. It's just that the rest of this project doesn't have Tokyo in it any longer. What does pop front actually remove? An option to a T. Well, we know that it's there because we just looked at it. And we have an exclusive to ourselves. Okay. So at this point, if we want to remove, we just iterate through it and remove it. At this point, if we want to insert it, fine, we'll insert it. And this is no longer async, which is fine because we're just going to check it from time to time. All right, let's look at the test down here. We do not need this to be async. Oh, how do we create a default one? Is it just works because it's derived default, okay. So we get a default ID or type ID, that's going to be a UUID. We insert it. Now this is saying that it's going to take that many seconds. Our duration wasn't set here. I don't think we can derive from default any longer. Oh, no code actions? Just make me a constructor. Delay Q of T. I also like that we don't have the constraints on T anymore. That's really nice. All right, I don't think it means what it says. So 10 milliseconds we will wait for this. Or 20, whatever it is. We'll insert it. It should not be available immediately. Then we'll have to do a thread sleep here, and then we'll try to pull that out. And this will work for the game because the game has this regular sort of tick, right? And it can actually do work occasionally. And we'll just add this to the list of stuff that it does on every tick. Is there somebody that I need to eject from the game? If so, do this. DQ. That should be a none because the time has not yet passed. Is there a sleep? Sleep millies? Perfect. 20. We could do 10. I just don't want it to be close. I'm going to say 15. All right, now at this point, DQ, try next. We'll do the next on it, the receive. No more await on that. Unwrap. We don't need to unwrap the option, do we? I guess we do one. Because receive is going to just be the option to T. It doesn't know what T is technically, so, well, I guess it does. It should be UUID at that point. Ah. Okay, that's deprecated. And you just give it a duration. Fine. There we go. Technically, that might actually work now. I don't think I have enough of Game Master patched up to test it. However, we should be able to get rid of this. And we want to move this up just a touch. So into the tick. All right, before that. Oh, we could do that at the end of that async block as well. Okay, we'll move it in here. Yeah, those all go. Wait. Spawn task. Task is this now dead thing. There we go. Now we just iterate over them, removing them from the list. If their time hasn't come yet, then it's fine. If they got reconnected before they hit this point, they're out of the list. All right, what's next? Now this changed a bit. Actor info, all these different elements here. Data, what's data for? Destination. Linked ed could continue in there. I'm going to want to mimic this after the auth, say login bits. So I'm going to take a self, stream ID, what the message is in the request, if it's a callback style message. But LinkedIn isn't like that. How does Game Master actually handle LinkedIn stuff? Who calls this? Oh, this is if the inbound packet kind is linked as, so they drop. I see. All right, let's go ahead and process this from top down, just like before. Let's see. Oh, does this not have net? Okay, let's fix that. Auth cargo, net, legacy net, game master cargo. It is in there. Ah, wrong number of type arguments. Okay. All right, let's add ID there. Oh, was that using legacy ID there? That's fine. Yeah. Legacy ID should now exist there. Read write lock. Why would we need that for data? What is our data? Oh, zones to entities and entities to zones. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, this used to be a Tokyo read-write lock. We're actually going to add something else to this. Many non-Rust streams. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I think that some of them do Rust occasionally. It's a fair lock, yeah. It's good. I know it's not like you're forbidden from writing other languages. Streams coding in Rust or related projects at least one time for the last 30 days. All right. So occasional Rust enthusiast. I don't know. It has here streams coding in Rust or related projects at least one time in the last 30 days. So at least once a month. Oh, or touche, Museum. Touche. Now this one here, I think we're going to go with cargo. What features? Async RW lock just came out. Let's give it a save. It's only fair if the schedule is fair. How would I know if the schedule is fair? Actually, I'm not even sure if... Yeah, because... So I'm thinking about this piece of data here. This data is really just the mapping of who's in what zone. Look at its pulling queuing. I see. We haven't looked at its code since it was in small. I see. All right. Because it uses some internal inspection of its task queue. I say. Yeah. All right, and this linked at timeout bit, I don't think this needs to be shared anymore, does it? Yeah. I'm going to remove the read-write lock on that. So this start tick, where does this get called from? Where? Oh, here. Had to save and format it. So run game master. We end up creating a new game master. Outgoing packets doesn't exist anymore. Oh. All right. We're going to restart NeoVim. I like the status there. It's really nice. Okay, we're going to go into server lib. Run character. Run game master. Here we set up the tick. This also needs a net. I'm wondering about this. How many game masters are we going to have? How many nets? So GM is clonable. I don't know if I actually want to keep the same net when we clone game master. Oh, I see. It's just that the rest of this is wrapped up in an arc. It's been a while since I've looked at this code. And I see that we have the linked dead timeouts, and we need that. But it does feel as though we should probably have separate game masters for per island at this point. And that this data here should be specific to a zone. So basically, this zone has this game master. Now this is going to require some more thought. Because if we basically limited each game master to a zone, then it would have a net, and that would be the number of players in it. The entities for this would be inside of that ECS, so we could have an ECS per zone, which could reduce contention across zones, and that would be nice. It also would mean that we could put certain zones on other machines even. So how would we do that if we wanted a game master per zone? Or is that even the right level? So we're going to need to share some things like the outgoing packets. That'll have to be cloned. So the net TX would need to be cloned. Spiner, that's fine. This is fine. This one we're considering. The delay timeouts. That would need to be somewhere else. Because then we wouldn't want to drop the game master if that zone was still alive. I see. Hey, good morning, Raimo. And if we did this, we wouldn't need a lock around the ECS because the ECS would be per zone. I like this so much better. But then how would we create one of these per zone? Server lib, run game master, run game masters. Basically need a game master master. Or we create something new. Right, maybe we do have a game master, but they're for each of the zones. How would we do that? Let's take another peek. Because the writer and the TX bits are all going to be the same. And if somebody gets sent to Game Master, where do they actually go? They're going to need to get loaded up and then put on an island somewhere, etc. So we would have to then figure out which Game Master had which zone and shuffle them out to that Game Master. Oh, this is tricky. And I'd like to keep it more simple. What would I want the smallest piece of this to be? I'd want the smallest piece of this to be... So we're going to need a couple of pieces. We're going to need some sort of, I guess, controller, right? So something that knows of where you want to be, your game state. So if you have health or stuff like that, that's going to need to be serialized whenever you go between different game masters. And that's all right. I don't mind saving state out that often. And as soon as you zone, saving state seems fair. All right, so that is the question. All right, do we have a game master for zone? Save player save state between zones. We would need to know what their kind of team information is outside of a game master. What else would we need to know? Where are they going? Are they being loaded? When does a zone shut down? That's a good question here. Oh, we could shut them down as soon as you zone, or we could shut them down after they cool. And our mobs are free to zone. Can a mob chase you across zones? Oh, they should be able to. I think the answer to this is absolutely yes. This actually enables things that aren't necessarily just something out to get you, but it also enables things like pets. And you definitely want pets to be able to zone. I like the idea of this. Anybody remember EverQuest? You could run for the border if you had a mob train on you. Just keep running, keep running, keep running. Eventually, you hit the zone wall, and then you're safe. Not in this game. Of the mob zone just after you. I think that mobs should have a tether, and it should be like measured in zones. Ah, yes. Okay. All right. Need some more water. All right. So how are we going to build the pieces for this? If a game master's a zone, what do they have inside of them? They have a net for receiving and sending data. They also have a ECS for managing the state of the zone. They would also need a way to eject a player from a zone. Entity ejection. so entities would be free to roam the world, universe. Which would be fun. I mean, you could have like the space whale, right? That's going from island to island. All right, but then we need something that's above that. That's like a GM controller. Let's call it a guild. GM guild. Directs players and mobs to GMs. A GM would need to store player state on exit, where, and load player state. I mean, it's got to be the same place. We'll just store it to the database. I'm saying player here, but I do mean entity. And that ends up meaning that some entities are stored in the database and some aren't. Because I think some entities are rather ephemeral. Right, your local garden gnome is probably just going to be ephemeral. I'm rethinking that. I don't know if they should be ephemeral or if it should be something that can learn and hold a grudge. All right, what else do we need in this case? Entity insertion. We need to be able to load GMs. I mean, it's almost like we're loading a zone, and a GM just happens to be part of the zone. So maybe we call it a zone. And how do we declare what the lifetime is? I do like the idea of using zones here. So we say zone you load up, and then maybe we could have something else where we have like universe. I know it's not. We already took Cosmos. I'd rather have Cosmos. Um, so when you join, the universe gets to direct you to a zone. So the universe would load a zone and then place you inside of it. Hmm. This does mean that our whole ECS bit is going to change just a bit. Yeah, the previous setup was just so simple. I guess this is going to be simple as well. Just adding another layer of indirection now that we can, because the net changes. It's going to enable us to basically shuffle this stuff out. And really, we could end up having these be different processes on different machines. Which could then also be possible due to some of the multiplexer net changes that we made. I don't think I want to add that yet, though. All right. Where do we start? All right, let's create a zone. Or, okay, first, let's move this out. We have a README. We have like a to-do. Oh, we do. Okay. Let's go back to server. We've got a lot of things that are actually causing issues at the moment. We're gonna come back down here, run Game Master. Game Master is gonna come in here. I'm going to stub out Game Master so that it's really not doing anything. Oh, that's strange. There we go. Oh. That's doing it. Okay. Yeah, I think we have to basically rethink this, but change the way the Game Master operates. We're not going to even call Game Master anymore. Not at this point. I'm going to comment that out again. Okay, we're going to leave that. I'm going to go back to where that was before. And we're just going to keep this Game Master Con RX alive. Oh, that returns the result. All right, we're going to start to work in small changes. Game Master, we're going to comment that out again. There we go. Oh, it's going. Oh, nice. 3 passed and 1 failed. Only 1 failed. Count character. Why'd that fail? Cargo test. Why did the other one say it was okay and this one it didn't run the test? That's strange. And why did it need to rebuild legacy? I didn't change anything. All right, there we go. Let's see, so this is getting to create account and log in. Game Master channel should be open. I see it's saying that the Game Master channel is closed. Oh, does that not? That should have kept it open. What line was that? 54? Okay, so this Game Master Connections should have stayed open. Yeah, when selecting an actor, that should be okay. Server lib. Oh, what's this saying? Ah, we have to detach that. Those warnings are important. Oh, that's better. Unexpected end of file. Line 77. So in this case, we should have received the callback. Oh, no, we sent the callback, but we didn't receive anything back. Oh, I see. This is because we didn't get queued into the next quote-unquote net. All right, let's toss a kind of a dummy net into that while loop just to make this pass. So now we have a new net. We have a colon. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Await the add. Should be able to add that. Now we don't have a result here. Should be fine. Unwrap. This is just to make the test pass. Yay. Okay. The test passed. Holy cow. Let's give this a good clean up. Lots of stuff needs. All right. Holy cow. I've been prolific with this stuff. What is this one? Oh, this is the Twitch one. Leave that one there. That one we leave. Control C stuff. Oh, wait. That one. Legacy Rust. Skip the Legacy Rust bits for now. Twitch. Cosmos. Oh, that's just for debugging stuff. That's fine. And Forge main. Okay. All right. Let's give that a check. Metrics receivers not used here. Oh, and start server. Fine. What's next? And log pipe. This means that the client might actually be able to connect, create an account, and log in. We'll see. Does mean that it should be able to build. Also means that we got a lot of stuff to do for Game Master, especially transitioning to zones. Because before Game Master was kind of singular. There was one Game Master for all zones. I like the idea of actually splitting it up. That should actually simplify it. Smaller structs, smaller pieces of logic. Gameplay, graceful link dead. That's right, we didn't do all of the tests before, did we? We were just doing the server stuff, drat. Hey, DevCoder, what are we building? We're actually building on, well, our general Rust knowledge. As this project is kind of my vessel to learn Rust. It's a multiplayer game. We're currently working on the server portion of it. And trying to build up. Sorry, I'm thinking about something else at the same time. Yeah, the server's written in Rust. The client is using Rust inside of Godot engine. And welcome, happy Friday. Okay, why would these fail? IO error link dead. Oh, well, didn't we just kill off a bunch of what we were doing for link dead? We really just changed that. And to be fair, we don't have gameplay yet. We just removed most of that. So I think we're okay not having that work yet. That's actually fairly correct. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, look at this. We got some updates. Auto config, CC, event listener. Hmm. See if it still works. Yes, I am using an existing ECS grade. Currently, we're using specs. And I've seen that Legion has grown quite a bit as well. And we're still early enough in the project to be able to swap between them. So yeah, might stay with ECS, or excuse me, specs, might switch to Legion. I'm not really sure. But we're going to be wrapping up here in just a moment. Old mathematicians never die. They just disintegrate. Oh, that one's rough, isn't it? Oh man. All right, what's another one? Did you hear how they caught the great produce bandit? He stopped to take a leak. Oh, and those of you that don't know, we do awful jokes here too. So just expect it. Usually punny. Clean though. Clean and punny. What do programmers do when they're hungry? They grab a bite. All right, Raimu. That one's going into Raimu. Add that here. That's a good one. They take a bite. Okay, what was the dog's favorite type of homework to do? Got that? What was the dog's favorite type of homework to do? A lab report. Da-dunch. A lab report. You never tell the same joke twice. You have a dry sense of humor. Oh, that's good. You never tell this. That's a good one. Gotta keep track of these. All right. Programmer funds. Oh, that's good. Why did the programmer quit his job? I don't know why. Because he didn't get a raise. Oh. Oh. Uh. Has ownership rules. That's funny. Oh, you're also trying to write a multiplayer server. Would you be able to take a look at the source code? Where I do the frame read for incoming packets. Interesting. So some of my code is available over here. I'm really, let's see. I want to catch up on the jokes. The foobar. Oh. All right. But if we look at some of that here, let's go to this. I don't have all of my stuff out and available. A lot of it is, but not everything. The network stuff, the packeteer stuff, those pieces that you've seen me work on this morning, a bunch of it is. Do I use a codec? I just use the length encoding codec, length delimited codec. And it's just transcoding something that's, or excuse me, not transcoding, but it's just encoding what I call a packet. So all of the data that I pass around in the server is just bytes, basically. I keep it as bytes as long as I can until the code that actually needs it needs to know what the type is, can handle it. So I have a type for the packet and also the bytes associated with that. To show you where that is, where is it? Here. A packet is really a packet kind, and then bytes from the bytes crate. And then depending on the kind, it'll get routed to where it needs to be handled in the server. And then it gets deserialized from there even further. Good questions, good questions. But I do need to get going though. The kid asks their parents, what are clouds made of? Programmer replies, mostly a Linux repo. Mostly Linux servers. That's funny. Yeah, you're welcome. And let's host a server. All right. Let's see, what do we have in terms of raiding targets today? You gonna stream, Museum? Oh, look, an ad. Yeah, maybe later. All right. Well, I'm gonna give a browse. If anybody has any suggestions, just shout. Hey, you're welcome, Raimo. Raimo, are you gonna stream? Your last joke. Read the error message. Copy link address. All right, let's take a look. Break Rust. Rust, not found in the scope. Looks like you're trying to break Rust. Would you like some ICE internal compiler error? Compiler expectedly panicked. This is a feature. That's funny. Oh, wow. Hey, that's awesome. MD Trogdev. Tried it. Thank you for that. That was very cool. Now I'm gonna have to actually get emotes. Little motivation to myself. I'll probably do that this weekend. Um, I've been running behind on that. I really have. Then I'm like super hungry today. I don't know what it is. Guess I had a decent sandwich last night. Basically a mimic of sandwiches that we used to have in England. They were so very good. Oh, there's us. All right. No chicken stream. What do you mean no chicken stream? No chicken stream. Squirrels? Yeah, we could do squirrels. Squirrel. No. A game jam in French. That's awesome. Finish myself. All right. I'm gonna go for the usual suspects. Then we are going to raid CM Griffin. At the moment, can't go wrong with squirrels. But I gotta get running. So raid the Mr. Halsey guy. Oh, Inception. Yeah. All right, y'all. I gotta run. So until next time. Bye bye.